of the board, if you're ready, we're ready to begin.
All right. I will call this January 10th, 2023 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors to order. We're meeting remotely because of the heavy rains. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Nelson?
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Supervisor Capps?
Here.
And Chair Hartman?
Here. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So now's the time when we elect the new chair and vice chair. Typically, we rotate this in a fixed pattern. Supervisor Williams has been the vice chair, and I believe Supervisor Lavanino is next in line according to that pattern. May I have a motion for chair and vice chair?
I'll go ahead and make that motion to elect Supervisor Doss Williams to be chairman for the 2023 year and Supervisor Lavanino for vice chair.
All right. And may I have a second?
I will second.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
And Chair Williams?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Congratulations.
Now the next item of business is the approval of the minutes from December 13th, 2022 and December 21st, 2022 meetings. Can I get a motion on that?
So moved. Nelson?
Second?
And a roll call, please.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
And Chair Williams?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Well, we'll move on to the CEO's report. I think we're going to have a meaty CEO's report today.
Thank you, Chair Williams. As you know, we have had a storm emergency. We declared a local proclamation yesterday, and we have evacuations in place. So this morning in the chambers, we have Chief Mark Hartwig. We also have Sheriff Bill Brown, and we have others who are here to answer questions. And I'd like to start off with Chief Hartwig for an update.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I would like to, first of all, let you know that we're going to break this down between the sheriff and I. And so if we don't cover something that you would like to hear about, please let us know. I would like to go ahead and start specifically and focus on the response yesterday, specifically the report and the work of the Unified Command and Incident Management Team. I'm gonna talk a little bit about what we did yesterday and our objectives, what we're doing today, and what you can expect moving forward. Yesterday, as you all know, and as we're following, we were really focused on making sure we had enough teams out in the field to perform rescue, and on the law enforcement and sheriff's side was to conduct evacuations as necessary and needed. And as you know, there were several evacuation orders. I'll leave that up to the sheriff to talk about yesterday. Also, and as we always do on an incident, we broke up the incident countywide or operational area by the operational area, starting in the north with a north branch, and then we had a south branch. That was especially effective and quite frankly necessary yesterday because we were cut off for part of the day. That has since been relieved, and we'll talk a little bit about that later in road closures and movement within the county. From the North Branch and the South Branch, yesterday we had over 400 related calls for service. Over 100 of those, and we're still counting those, but over 100 of those involved a rescue of some sort, moving somebody out of swift water or standing water. That was yesterday. I am going to give a little bit of an update on the weather and what we experienced yesterday. What we're hearing, and you all heard on the updates, the press releases and conferences, was we had 6 to 12 inches from the San Marcos Pass down to the coast in Santa Barbara. As Eric Bolt tells us, our National Weather Service on site representative here, was that those are all historic numbers. Here, again, just at 6 inches in the city of Santa Barbara, and then in San Marcos Pass, 12 inches, and that would be in a 24-hour period. Lake Cachuma, we were informed yesterday, or this morning, from the National Weather Service that Lake Cachuma went from 37% to 68%, and that equates to over 22 billion gallons of water that, and of course, still pouring into Lake Cachuma. So not all bad news. We, again, yesterday affected not just rescues, but then staffed road closures with law enforcement and patrol. Today, and some information from our 0800 briefing at the Incident Command Post. Our highest priority, as it was yesterday, was to maintain life safety of the residents, and then, of course, keep the rescuers safe as well. And then today, a high priority is a repopulation of the areas that are evacuated. We have enough equipment in town. I do want to call out the fact that when we put out a call for help, we had both Orange County and LA County, who had extra resources, send equipment to us, swift water teams and rescue task forces, as well as high water vehicles from Anaheim and Laverne, the foothill communities, Laverne and Pasadena. So thank you. That's all under Master Mutual Aid, and so we hope to get some reimbursement and funding for them, but that when they say yes and send it, they do so realizing that could be a neighbor, helping neighbor. As we move forward, just some situational awareness for the community. If you've been out at all or even pulled up your phone and looked at Nextdoor, by the way, some of the best pictures that are coming out are people that open their front door and take a picture of the road or a waterway. The streams and creeks are running very rapidly, and just again a reminder, it takes very little water to be swept downstream. So bluffs and banks of creeks and rivers are weak and or compromised, and keep that in mind on both the coasts and the creeks. And any moving water, of course, stay away unless you're trained. And of course, we have teams out monitoring those. We have no reports of injuries or no reports or any reports of anybody missing at this point. That's great. We have our teams out, again, broken down from north to south. And we'll continue really today with a focus on looking at damage, mostly infrastructure. We'll take note of private property damage, but we're really trying to get people back into their homes. We follow those basic principles on evacuation. Remember, is to evacuate as few people as we believe we need to keep them out of their homes at the very least time needed, and then to get them back as soon as we possibly can. And that's a principle that we'll continue to follow. That's all I have on my report, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you, Manager.
Thank you, Fire Chief Hartwig, and we also have Bill Brown on Zoom. Sheriff Brown. Remember to unmute yourself, Sheriff.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you, Chair Williams and members of the board. As you know, we are at the tail end of a significant and powerful weather event, one in a series of storms that have and will continue to hit Santa Barbara County. We worked closely with the National Weather Service and fire protection agencies to analyze the storm and the threat that it would bring to our county, and especially to the more vulnerable areas below the burn scars of the Thomas Fire, the Alisal Fire, and the Cave Fires in southern Santa Barbara County. We planned what our response would be, and we pre-positioned our resources throughout the county in order to meet the anticipated need. When the storm arrived, heavier than anticipated rain deluged our entire county. The South County front country was especially hard hit with unprecedented and historic rainfall levels. This storm dropped more than a foot of rain across the entire Camino Cielo ridgeline in a 24-hour period. The flood control rain monitor on San Marcos Pass registered over 21 inches of rain in the past 7 days and close to 30 inches of rain over the past 30 days. After a series of storm risk meetings and with input and recommendations from the National Weather Service, our fire agencies and our Office of Emergency Service Management, I ordered the evacuation of the areas below the Alisal, Cave, and Thomas Fire burn scar areas. Just as we were about to announce these evacuation orders at a press conference, the National Weather Service issued a flash flood watch, the highest level of alert in this category for our entire county. We quickly announced the evacuation orders, but delayed their implementation and asked residents to shelter in place until we determined the threat and the danger with the flash flood warning. We then found out that the flash flood warning would likely not be rescinded for hours and until after darkness. We then held a follow-up press conference about a half an hour later or so to launch the evacuations. And we also announced to the residents of the Alisal burn scar area that we wanted them to shelter in place rather than evacuate, since they would be unable to safely leave because the swelling of creek crossings over Refugio Road had made it impassable. Various methods were used to notify members of the public in the evacuation orders, including reverse 911, wireless emergency addresses, and internet and social media communications, including directing them to readysbc.org. Deputy sheriffs and members of the Sheriff's Office Search and Rescue Team also notified those in the evacuation areas by going door to door and by making PA announcements from vehicles in areas where they could not access the properties due to flooding. Rain continued throughout the day, and as the storm progressed, we saw creeks swell above their banks, localized flooding in rural and urban areas, causing extensive damage, trees and power lines down, rock and mudslides of varying degrees, a sinkhole in the Orchid area, and the closure of many major roadways throughout the county, including the 101 freeway and Highway 154. It hasn't been easy, and I want to thank all of our flood control, roads, and utility crews, all of our first responders, and all of those who staffed, operated, and supported them in the Emergency Operations Center. And of course, I want to thank the Incident Management Team 3 for their important work. We provided security patrols throughout the night and are continuing to do so in the evacuated areas. And we are continuing to work with our fire protection agency and county partners to assess the damage caused by the storm. I'm pleased to report, as you just heard, that although we had major property damage throughout the county, We have not had any reports of any fatalities or any major injuries. We know that evacuations are tremendously inconvenient and a hardship in many ways, and we do not make the decision to evacuate lightly, but rather we want to ensure the safety of our community members during these difficult and challenging times. And I want to thank everyone who complied with the evacuations orders, and there were many, for their cooperation. We are working towards lifting those evacuation order and repopulating and removing the shelter in place order as soon as we safely can. I want to provide you and the viewing public with a freeway closure update. The Ventura River in Ventura County crested overnight, and it closed the 101 freeway at Highway 33 in both directions. The northbound 101 freeway from Winchester Canyon to Highway 1 is closed, but the southbound lanes are open. Highway 154 is closed from Highway 246 to Highway 192 due to significant rockfall. And Highway 1 is closed from Highway 101 to Highway 246. We're working closely with the California Highway Patrol and Caltrans to obtain additional information about when those major roadways are going to reopen. Lastly, I want to thank you, the board, and the CEO's office for your support throughout this disastrous event. We appreciate your declaration of emergency, your presence at several press conferences, and the CEO staff who have been actively engaged at the EOC. You've all been a part of a team of teams who are successfully handling this major emergency. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Sheriff Brown. And just quickly, Director of OEM Kelly Hubbard is on the line, and Public Works Director Scott McGulpin, if you have anything to add before we get to any other comments. Thank you.
Just really quickly, I wanted to make sure that the board, Chair Williams and the board are aware that we do still have evacuation centers open in South Santa Barbara County at the Veterans Memorial Building in Carpinteria, at the Wake Center, and La Colina Junior High. The shelters in North County were closed because we did not receive any members of the public last evening. But if members of the public in North County, Mid-County need support for sheltering services, we want to make sure that they know that they can call the county call center. And I'm just going to give that phone number here so that if they do have any sheltering needs, we have those facilities ready to reopen. We just need to know that there's a need. So that number is 833-688-5551. And so again, 833-688-5551. A lot of other information, including the road closures mentioned, evacuation information, all of that is on readysbc.org. And the last thing is just that coordination that public safety agencies will be reporting back to planning and development, private facilities, infrastructure. Sorry, let me correct myself. Private residences and businesses that may need safety assessments. Planning and development helps with those safety assessments to determine whether they are safe to enter. And they will come out and help with that process, and we're working to set up those processes now. And I'm available for a question.
Thank you, Ms. Hubbard. Mr. McGulpin?
Yes, CEO Miyasato, Mr. Chair, board members, good morning. As you heard, a tremendous amount of water volumes fell on the county over the last 24 to 48 hours. And in that 24-hour period, we had up to 4 inches of rain in the North County, 6 inches on the coastal South County gauges, and over 13 inches in the South Coast Mountains. Our intensities range from 1/2 inch an hour to 8/10 of an inch an hour. We had some locations reporting over an inch, and at San Marcos, where we recorded our highest level of rainfall, we had 1.56 inches per hour during the peak. And as the sheriff mentioned, with all the significant rain, On the wet watersheds, we did see significant flows. We were recording over 50,000 cubic feet per second in the San Ynez River, and the Sisquoc River at Geary got up to about 25,000 cubic feet. So if there is a silver lining, Kachuma has come up about 32 feet. During the peak, we were seeing it rise about 2 foot an hour. Right now at 8 a.m. this morning, it was rising about a foot an hour. So we are just about at 70% capacity. So we have multiple teams out assessing our infrastructure, both on the transportation side and flood control side. We have about 47 roads either closed or being worked on at the moment. Multiple trees down. We had some wind, and with wet conditions, the trees do tend to come down. So the message to the traveling public is if you have to travel, use extreme caution, please, on the county road systems. Looking at our basins across the county, in some form or fashion, all basins took some materials, sediment, rock, or organic materials. The Montecito basins, for the most part, are full, with the exception of Randall Road, our new basin. We believe it's about 30% full, in the Santa Monica Basin, about 80% full. We'll know more once the water recedes. We did make a formal request last evening at the EOC with the California Office of Emergency Services for the Army Corps of Engineers to come in and assist like they did after the debris flow. So we're going through that process. We are also making regulatory notifications now for our beach nourishment program out at Kalita Beach. So we hope that we'll be able to start hauling materials there as early as tomorrow. We did, with the forecasted rain, commence our levee patrol in Santa Maria last evening, and that'll run for a couple days until the flows start to come down in the river. And the one other update, Tegas landfill is open. Our transfer stations are open. So we'll have normal operations there today. However, we did suspend trash pickup in the Montecito area today because of road conditions. We hope to get that back online tomorrow. So end of report.
Thank you, Mr. McAlpin, and that concludes our presentation. If the board has any questions, staff is here to answer.
Supervisor Hartman has a question. Supervisor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have several. The first is, so it seems like it's flooding damage, but we don't have debris flows that are wiping out structures. Is that correct? Or are we still assessing that?
Chief Hartwig.
Yes, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, that's being evaluated right now. We do know that there has been some damage to infrastructure, and so what we don't know is the extent of that damage, and we do know that that was caused by debris in the streams and the rivers.
And then could someone address what we're expecting over the next week in terms of rain? I know that we can't be certain, but just wondering what we're still in for.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hartman, I can address that today. From the National Weather Service, the forecast is periods of heavy rain and thunderstorms through the evening. Wednesday and Thursday is predicted to be dry. Friday, chance of light rain, and Saturday through Monday, chance of rain 1 to 2 inches.
So we seem to be through the worst of it. And so do we have any idea when we might be able to repopulate the evacuated areas, or we have to do the assessment first? And how long would that take?
Sheriff Brown.
Supervisor Hartman, we will be convening the IMT by noon or so today to assess where we are in terms of those items that you just mentioned, what damage there is and what areas are still open. And our hope is that we will be able to, assuming that the weather has significantly subsided, we will hope at that point that we can repopulate as soon thereafter as possible.
And then my final question is, I think for CEO Miyasato, if you could talk about the emergency declarations. I know that Congressman Carbajal was working very hard last minute to get Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo County included in those orders. So just wanted to understand that better.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Hartman. We did declare a local emergency yesterday, even though we've been working at this for over a week. And I want to thank Congressman Carbajal's office and the congressman himself, who's been very engaged. And they are trying, our federal representatives are trying to have the Biden administration include us in their federal declaration that was done the day before. And I think a lot of our damage, the heaviest rain came to the Central Coast yesterday. And so they are trying with our federal lobbyists to do that. And so we await to hear the news about that. Meanwhile, we have sent our proclamation to Cal OES and our state representatives. And so we're continuing to work on that.
So I thought it was included. Is that not correct?
As of yesterday, there were certain counties that were listed in the federal declaration, and we were not one of them. And so that's what they're trying to do, to have that that federal declaration extend to specifically name us in SLO County.
Okay, thank you.
We have questions from the Santa Maria office.
Thank you, Chair
questions.
Williams.
Great.
No, I still wanted to ask a question. Okay, go ahead.
Just wanted to jump in to answer a question that Supervisor Hartman had, is that, we did definitely have debris flows in Orchid that significantly undermined at least 2 residences, as well as created some significant flooding. We have some major public infrastructure issues, as well as private property in the Orchid area. It definitely took a little brunt of the storm in the North County. And so that goes to some of my questions, and a quick comment is that it seemed like most of the emphasis was on the South Coast. I know we made a late shelter in place on the east side of Santa Maria because we had to close most of the roadways there as well in the afternoon and into the evening. My question for the sheriff is why our riverbeds, the San Luis River and the Lompoc Valley and the Santa Maria River, weren't included in the evacuation areas. Seems that those people were the most vulnerable in our county, that they actually live in a water course, and that they should have included and been evacuated. Could you help me with that?
Supervisor, we worked, when I say we, law enforcement worked, we were extensively engaged in South County preparations, but we reached out to the Lompoc and Santa Maria police departments to work with that population and to get them contacted and accompany some advocates that were going to speak to them. And we did warn them, and we also flew that both riverbeds, and noticed that the majority of that population had self-evacuated. They had already left the area and were not still there. And it was impossible for them to stay to any large degree because water was actually running through the river at that point. So they weren't living in the river. There were some that were still under some of the bridges. They were notified and they chose to not leave. Or heed, I should say, the information that was given to them the day or so before the event. But we don't typically evacuate areas that are not habitable areas. We typically evacuate areas that are communities, and in this case, we had already reached out to that population and notified them.
Yeah, I understand we flew it 6 days prior to the event, and that we obviously did have people living there. We had a child born in the riverbed while the flooding was going on. It just seems to me the juxtaposition of all the staff and the resources used to go door to door in one community versus another community, that this is an inhabitable location for our county. And so I'm just really disappointed about the lack of emphasis on those members of our community and the disaster planning and response. I would request that the sheriff consider making these evacuation areas even now, because of the we aren't at the tail end of the event for those that are living in those areas of our community and are still at risk. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson, I also want to add that, you know, this event, the rainfall that we received and the impact of it was far greater than what had been anticipated. And our initial indicators were that the major threat to the community was not just in one community, but to 3 communities down in the South County. And those were the areas that we concentrated on. However, we did not abandon the rest of the community. We had pre-positioned and had resources in both the North and the South, resources that included law enforcement and fire resources. And, you know, we responded to the threats that were there and the incidents that occurred. We responded and handled those and managed those. And you know, we did not have any reports coming into us or coming into the EOC that there was anything that warranted any additional action with the population that you have mentioned. And the reality is, as I mentioned to you, the proof, I think, is in the pudding. There were no fatalities. There's nobody missing. There were no major injuries. There were there were people displaced, and most of the homeless population self-evacuated themselves from the riverbed itself.
And Chair Williams, I don't know if you can see that Mr. Chapchian
I can see
is on the
Mr.
line.
Chapchian, who heads much of our personnel that does homeless outreach. So, Mr. Chapchian.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Just an update on, you know, prior to this last week, the outreach workers, we had a number of outreach workers out there, distributed flyers in the rivers and the creek areas. The encampment response coordinator continues to inform outreach workers of information coming from the state and county officials. So the word was getting out there. Our folks, also the outreach teams, do have phone numbers for a number of the homeless folks because they are clients, and they've been texting, they've been trying to get the word out to them. The sheriff's office, like the sheriff said, did helicopter flyovers over Santa Maria and San Ynez rivers, urging people to leave the area. So we have been working closely with law enforcement and fire to get the word out. And we, you know, not sure we've reached everyone, as Supervisor Williams, I mean, Supervisor, I'm sorry. There are some people still, I think, in the river, but we did try to reach as many people as possible in this area.
Lavanino has a question.
Supervisor Lavanino, and George, don't worry about it. The new mustache threw me off too. Supervisor Lavanino.
Supervisor Nelson, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going in a different direction. So my question is about Kachuma, and you know, with the stream flows that we're seeing go in, I can see it, you know, just trying to do the math that it could be this week. And if we've got more rain coming, it looks like it could be spilling this week. So can somebody refresh me, because it hasn't happened since I've been here, with Jameson, Gibraltar, and Kachuma full, whose jurisdiction it is, and what's the strategy on how to either pre-release or how's that managed? And where does the water go, and how do we alert those folks?
So I'm hoping Scott is still available to help with that question.
Yes, he's about to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lavanino. That's done by the United States Bureau of Reclamation, but they coordinate with us in the water agency. So we'll work directly with those folks, and they'll make their downstream notifications to Solvang, Lompoc, things like that. We'll be looking at the amount of water that's coming in on the back end of the reservoir and calculating what the rise will be in the lake and start to release sooner rather than later, you know, so we don't get overtopping of those gates. So we try to manage that thing effectively. So, and it's been a long time since we've done that. So that'd be nice to see that that happen this year.
So are they part of our, when you say that we're coordinating with them, are they part of our OEM or anything? I see Kelly shaking her head yes. So we're already in discussion with them, or we can be.
They've already called us this morning. Kachuma and Bureau of Rec called us this morning and have started those conversations about
Awesome.
potential.
All right. Cool. All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Capps?
Thank you, Chair Williams. And I just, what a tremendous relief to hear the headline here of no injuries, no fatalities. I just want to extend deep gratitude to first responders and to everyone who participated in evacuating. I can only imagine how traumatic it's been. I had a couple of questions that came in from constituents. The first was just about Spanish language and other access issues. What happened, what's going to happen, especially as evacuation orders are lifted. If CEO Miyasato could speak to that, please.
So we do a lot of our outreach, and most of you have you seen as our notifications are in Spanish. And so I'm going to ask Kelly Hubbard to talk a little bit about what our outreach efforts are and what our Spanish efforts are, because a lot of that's generated from the EOC. Kelly?
Yeah, no problem. So we do make sure that all of our reverse notifications, our formal notifications that go out, are done in English and Spanish. And so that we have that component. And then we make sure that our website and our social media have the Spanish as well and English. One of the complexities is if we refer people to another agency's website and they don't translate, then we can't quite manage that component. But we try to keep everything on our website and our social media translated. We also try to make sure that we're using Facebook, which we know is a social platform that is used often more in our Hispanic community than some of our other social media platforms. And then lastly, working really closely with City of Santa Barbara, who has some staff who are very embedded in the community, and some of our other partners across the county who are cultural brokers, is how I like to refer to them, to see if we're getting outreach through our cultural brokers who work in the community.
Thank you. So just to clarify, if someone signs up on readysbc.org, that's in Spanish and any other languages as well?
Yes, Spanish and English right now. We are not aware of other language needs at this time. It would be great to know if there's some other language needs,
Sure,
so that we're aware and can
Yep.
work on that. But right now we ensure that we have English and Spanish.
And I appreciated the coordination with the school districts yesterday to get that information out, and children were picked up quickly. But one other piece on the Spanish is just a reminder of how influential Radio Bronco is, especially today, to get the word out. So thank you, Ms. Hubbard. The other question I had, I think, was about San Antonio Basin. I just wanted a couple have asked about that, just if we can get an update on that status, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Capps, the San Antonio Basin is full, and it would be part of our beach nourishment program. We would go in, we'd clear it, we'd take it to a processing facility, which would be out at the county facilities on Kyriel. We break it down into 3 different materials. We have soils, we have rock, and then we'll have organics. We'll test the soils to see if it meets the requirements of the beach nourishment program, and we would haul that material to Goleta Beach. We'll get it cleaned up.
Thank you. And Chair Williams, my last question for Director McAuliffe is on a survey of Isla Vista and particularly the bluffs, if you could provide that for the public.
Supervisor Capps, we don't really have any watersheds that go through Isla Vista, so our road crews will go through and check on any street trees that may have come down or been impacted by the winds in those areas. And I think that would be the extent of our work out in Isla Vista from a public works.
Supervisor, through the chair, we do have planning and development, building and safety have been out there as far as the earliest storm, and we have Director Plowman online on Zoom. Director Plowman?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Capps. So my team has gone out and done an initial assessment before this last storm. We did identify a few issues that we're working with property owners to rectify. We have been coordinating with parks to make sure signage gets up about people going either out to the bluffs or standing under the bluffs on the beach to make sure people do not do that because of safety hazards. As soon as it's safe for us staff to go back down along the beach and walk the length of the bluffs, we will be doing that. We're hoping it'll be tomorrow that we'll have a low enough tide that we can get through there. We did an initial video flight with the help of the fire department to assess the impact to the bluffs. So as soon as we have additional information, we'll be providing that.
Thank you, Director Plowman, and to all the staff. Thank you so much.
Any other questions from board members?
Supervisor,
I want to give, yes.
just really quickly before your remarks, just to let you know, we did get notification that FEMA did expand their declaration, the emergency declaration, and they added us as well as several other counties. So we're happy and thank our congressman again for that.
Good work, Salud. I want to just say on my behalf, but on behalf of the constituents of the First District, a thank you to our public safety personnel. What little I saw and what I have heard about means that you did an enormous amount of work in the last week and then in the last 24 hours. And my constituents really appreciate all the fire agencies and the Sheriff's Department and the Santa Barbara Police Department working diligently to make sure that no one got hurt. I think that is really an amazing fact that there was this much mayhem and no one got hurt. It was scary for a lot of constituents and folks around the county, I'm sure. But at least down in my neck of the woods, especially scary because it's been 5 years since the Thomas fire, scorched the hills above Montecito and Carpinteria. And that debris flow was so damaging, 500 structures, 23 lives, changing the physical features of the South Coast, that I think many people couldn't believe that last night was exactly 5 years, and maybe perhaps people felt maybe cursed would be the right way to put it. And I just want to tell you, I know that this time was hard for you. The folks who had to evacuate, the people who had water rescues, the people who may have some damage to their property due to flooding. But I think we know more than we did before how strong of a community that we have. We're a resilient community, I think, because of the 1/9 debris flow. It made us have to be more resilient. We enhanced our protection measures by creating and expanding debris basins, installing debris nets in partnership with private philanthropists, and our great flood control personnel prepared our creeks for rain events, cleared out the basins, did so much work in the last 5 years to increase our flood control capacity. So I think if it truly is true that no one got seriously injured, especially when I know some of those water rescues were waist high, and some of the flooding was terrifying on the roads and in the residential neighborhoods of Santa Barbara, I don't think we're cursed. I think if we as a community persevered through this storm, which is a record-setting storm, maybe the biggest in our habited community's history. And we did so without anyone being killed or seriously injured, then we are truly, truly blessed. And if we continue working, we'll come out of this even stronger. We'll move on to changes with the county clerk. County clerk, are there any adjustments to the agenda?
Chair Williams and members of the board, I do have a few quick announcements this morning. We posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, January 6th, amending the administrative agenda. The administrative agenda was amended to include items A36, the reappointment of the 5th District Planning Commissioner Vincent Martinez, and A37, the reappointment of the 1st District Planning Commissioner Michael Cooney. A request has been made to continue departmental item number 2 to February 7th. This request can be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. And due to weather conditions, we are rescheduling the installation celebrations. Regarding the administrative agenda, administrative item number 11, letter A of the recommended actions, an update has been requested to adjust the language to read, recommend the appointment of Antoinette Tony Navarro. We posted an X agenda on Monday, January 9th, which included the addition of the ratification of a local emergency proclamation. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to the administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any items from the administrative agenda?
Chair Williams, I'd like to pull A10 and A20.
A10 and A20?
A10 for just a roll call vote.
Great. Any others? Madam Clerk, is there one pulled by any of the public?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no request to speak on the administrative agenda.
Can I get a motion on the balance of the administrative agenda, not including A10 and A20, but including A36, A37, and continuing item D2?
So moved.
Seconded by Hartman.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
And Chair Williams?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And can we take up item A10?
Chair William and members of the board, administrative item 10 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the circumstances of the existing state of emergency.
Do you just want a separate vote on this, Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I'm just trying to stay consistent with my voting history on this item and like an opportunity to vote no.
Okay, can I get a motion on A10?
So moved for approval.
Motion by Hartman.
Second.
By
Yes.
Capps. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
And Chair Williams?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. Is there, I should have asked, was there any public comment on A10? But apparently there was not, for the record. There is no public comment on any of these items, correct, Madam Clerk?
You are correct.
A20, please read that.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 20 is from the Public Works Department, Board of Directors, and Laguna County Sanitation District. It is to consider recommendations regarding Laguna County Sanitation District photovoltaic solar inverter replacement. This item is in the 4th and 5th districts.
Supervisor Nelson, did you have any questions about this, or did you want?
Yes, I have a couple questions. And I understand that Mr. Wild's here from Laguna Sanitation, as well as Kevin Thompson, that's in the room, to potentially answer my questions. So if the chair is okay, I'll go ahead and ask those questions.
Absolutely.
This item is to contract with Indolos Energy for some solar work at the Laguna Sanitation, and I'm just wanted to check publicly with Mr. Wilder that he feels comfortable that Indelos can go ahead and deliver this project in the timeframe that they've suggested, as well as on budget. For those that maybe track these things, we had an item here before the board where we have a current project here at the Bay Area Government Center that is still incomplete, and there's a lot of reasons for that, including supply chain, but also some deliverable issues. And so I just want to make sure before we go in with another contract with the same vendor that you're confident that the terms of the contract will be met.
Thank you, Chair Williams and Director Nelson. Yes, as you may recall, Laguna installed the solar facilities in 2012. We've had a reduction in production of electricity over the starting of the summer, and it's due to the inverters starting to fail. They're older, from a company in Italy, and hard to get, so we've had some supply chain problems. Endelos Energy has been performing maintenance on our facility for 2 or 3 years and has completely and satisfactorily performed those duties to date. It was on their recommendation that we replace the inverters with more modern mini inverters. The district procured those directly last week to help avoid some of the supply chain issues. And it's our understanding that Endelos is ready and willing and able to replace those as soon as the weather allows in approximately a 4-week period, 4 to 6 week period for the contract amount and scope of work that they have proposed in our contract. Based on prior performance, we're confident that they can do that work in that amount of time and help us get the system running at its full potential again soon.
Thank you, Mr. Wilder. My understanding from talking to various staff members in general service is that Indelos has been a good partner for the county, and that they probably shouldn't be viewed by just this one occurrence that we've had at the Bay Area Government Center with the solar project. But this is another project that's coming through, and so I guess this is maybe a warning for Indelos that this one needs to work, as that might impact my future decisions on contracts with the company if we can't continue to get back on track and deliver these projects on time and on budget. So with that, I am comfortable with moving forward, so I would make the motion to approve A20.
Second. There's a motion by Nelson, a second.
Lavadino, second.
And thank you, Mr. Wilder. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
And Chair Williams?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And we have one of our administrative items for presentation. Supervisor Hartman, you have a e-bike safety resolution. Madam Clerk, would you please read administrative item 35?
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 35 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming January 19th, 2023 as Electric Assisted Bike Safety Awareness Day in Santa Barbara County. Joining us via Zoom, we have Kent Epperson, and I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas many people, young and old, are discovering the joys of riding an electric assisted bicycle, e-bike for short. And whereas there are many benefits of e-bikes, including that they can help cover long distance riding, climb steeper terrain, and travel at higher speeds, enabling users to travel by bike instead of car, thereby helping to encourage physical activity and reduce traffic congestion and pollution. And whereas studies show that bicyclist safety typically increases when there are more bicyclists on the road. However, a rapid increase in less experienced, high-speed bicyclists can result in more collisions with pedestrians and other road users, leading to injury and sometimes even death. And whereas, in an effort to improve public safety, the state of California has passed e-bike safety laws that regulate who and where each type of e-bike can lawfully be ridden, and that riders 17 years of age and under must always wear a helmet. And whereas, e-bikes can bring joy and a sense of freedom, but no matter what type of bike you ride, some collisions can be avoided by practicing common sense safety, including checking your battery, brakes, chain, and tire pressures before your ride, wearing a helmet and visible clothing whether you are a rider or a passenger, watching your speed by riding slowly and respectfully on multi-use paths where pedestrians are present, avoiding riding unpredictably, and using hand signals to keep eye contact and communicate your movements with other vehicles. Avoid texting, talking on the phone, or listening to loud music while riding, and obeying traffic signals, signs, and roadway laws just as cars are required to. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Board of Supervisors proclaims Thursday, January 19th, 2023 as E-Bike Safety Awareness Day and encourages residents to learn more about the emerging popular activity. Residents can test ride e-bikes, learn more safety tips, and enter to win an e-bike and other great prizes on this day from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. on State Street Promenade at De La Guerra Street in downtown Santa Barbara. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you. Mr. Epperson?
Thank you, Chairman Williams and members of the Board of Supervisors. I really appreciate your time today. I know there's a lot on the agenda and a lot to talk about, but I just wanted to invite you all to come out to this event that will be happening on State Street on the 19th, Thursday the 19th from 5 to 8. And we're going to have some great bike demos happening, some safety tips. We'll also have some education about what you do if you get in a bike accident, how we can report this data to prevent these accidents from happening in the future. There's a groundswell of both concern and also response from all the jurisdictions in our county, and including the CHP. So we're excited that this has been raised and that we can be proactive on this topic. And there will be a community bike ride and e-bike skills class that will be geared towards families and youth. One of the things that many of you may have observed is the increase in e-bikes by youth, and that is wonderful. And so we're excited to see that, but we also need to respond and make sure that we provide the needed skills and knowledge about laws so that we can prevent any major accidents or fatalities. So thank you for your support. And I believe there might be just a 30-second PSA that was going to be shared as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
John, do you wish
Bikes
to?
can bring you joy and freedom, but there are some important safety practices that can make your ride smooth and accident-free. Join us for E-Bike Awareness Day on Thursday, January 19th from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. on the State Street Promenade in downtown Santa Barbara. Test ride amazing e-bikes, learn safety tips from the pros, enter to win an e-bike and other great prizes. Visit trafficsolutions.org/e-bike safety for more information.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I just wanted to thank Ken Epperson and Traffic Solutions for getting out in front of this. We're starting to get more and more constituent comments about bike safety, e-bike safety, and it really, after the holidays, many new people now have e-bikes, starting to take them to school. So we want to make sure we don't have a lot of accidents. So this is a great start. Really appreciative.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman and Kent, for staying on these bike safety issues.
My pleasure.
We will now is the time for general public comment for items for members of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on general public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we do have 2 requests to speak. We will begin with Kathleen Rosenthal via Zoom. Kathleen, you've been unmuted.
Yes, I'd like to respectfully request that I go last, please.
I'll let you do that this time, but in the future, when we especially when we have busy schedules, we will not do that. Okay.
Thank you.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we will now move over to ePlanet Thunderstriker here in the Santa Barbara hearing room.
Thank you. Everything is impromptu. I was escorted by building security supervisor. In the middle of November, I was banned from the building here. The receptionist for Miss Hartman was hiding behind the door, and that didn't go well. Later, I was talking to some administration. One of the people said that I would be talking with Terry, an assistant. I spoke to her for a few minutes, and I was supposed to speak with her again, and then somebody said that she was in conference with the governor instead of talking to me as she should have been. Because I can't submit comments with the clerk here, I have a few comments that are appropriate that would be applied to the city council, to the county council. Although inadequate, staff directive for review and appropriate action to address murder allegations of individuals that may be in the vicinity is hereby requested. These allegations are in Solvang Clerk 080522, as mentioned at previous meetings, and copies given to city attorney to forward to downtown member. The other one is a sister cities public comments. Extend invites to spectrum of values for China, Russia, Syria, etc., multi-proposal options for use of contested land, refugee camp. Countries have the option for 2 slots, one is a government individual. I made the above 3 suggestions to a worldwide citizens organization started by an individual in India and delivered this information to the Chinese consulate in Los Angeles in 2020. The conflict at the border between India and China ceased, and China mailed seed through a Taiwan shipping company. I produced a song, Taiwan Thunderstrike, previously. Iceland being ranked #1 for world peace is my preferred country to immediately travel to. Some difficulties mean compromised internet use. Some of that internet use means not being able to get professional standards complaints, and I've recently gone to headquarters and started that, but I'm just really thinking that it's not going to be adequate enough, that I'll be here maybe in a couple weeks trying to get the sheriff to do something, because Tesla was previously in professional standards. The new person, I probably would have a private person's arrest order on based on what he didn't do and what he lied to me about related to all of those things that I talked about previously. And we all know about Baryshnikov, and it was Russia they broke up a couple years, I think, after that. And right now I'm dealing with the fact that the music industry is acknowledging me and my situation and the people that are involved that brought me to this area in the first place. And now I'm just dealing with so much corruption politically. Clearly, I mean, if I can't even make comments to the clerk. So I'm asking right now is that we are certain that I'm allowed to submit comments to the clerk here at the administration building. And it's appropriate that I talk to risk management here. And then everything else beyond that is really up to everybody else to really start doing something. That means that.
Thank you for wrapping up there. Let's return to Kathleen Rosenthal.
Yes, good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. I'm here today just to speak on the recreation management plan that's currently in process. Over the past month, your board has received a report from Santa Barbara Trails Council, a recommended policy direction from CRATAC in a letter dated December 30th, 2022, and a letter from We Watch, our local environmental group up here in the Santa Ynez Valley, with some comments to that. I'm here this morning just to reiterate that we, as the Santa Ynez Valley Riders and our coalition Save Santa Barbara Equestrian Trails, we are on board with and support establishing more trails in the county. But we do want to expand more opportunities for public involvement, and that's most important when the policy development of this recreation management plan occurs. We need to recognize the issues with rural trails versus urban trails. We need to address conflict, safety, and trespass, especially with the e-bikes, as we just heard. I'm glad there's an effort to promote safety on those e-bikes. We firmly believe that they are not appropriate with horses at all, and we hope that the powers that be will listen to equestrians when deciding what trails should be used by what users. We also think there needs to be a definition of trail terms and decide if the status quo of multi-use trails in every other jurisdiction around and in Santa Barbara County at the federal and state level is good enough. And if we want to take a different track and provide trail equity and safe trails for all and make that the goal of our policies, this would allow flexibility in not only having multi-use trails, but single-use trails as well. We also need to recognize there's many requirements for trails on the books that are not being implemented. And one of them in particular is expanding equestrian facilities. And as we've spoken before your board before, we're highly supportive of having a establishment of horse camping at Live Oak Camp, and to keep Live Oak Trail equestrian only for that campground. We've also believed that the policy should prioritize linking trail segments that are easements and other instruments that are already acquired. That should be priority. And also to provide funding and enforcement for the Parks Division. So they are severely understaffed, and enforcement is a must out on our trails, shared trails at this point. I'm going to wrap up my comments now, but we will be following this closely and possibly coming before your board quite often as the trail policies are developed for the recreation management plan. Thank you very much, and I look forward to speaking with you all in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenthal. We will now proceed to item D1.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Board of Supervisors 2023 appointments to board, commissions, and committees.
Please proceed.
So supervisors, as you know, the board makes assignments. We have a chart that we're trying to show here in the boardroom. I don't know if you can see it or not. We're trying to get it on so that the board can see it via Zoom. And it basically has all the boards and commission assignments by individual and whether there's a member, how many members, and whether there's alternate positions available. Give us one moment as we can get that up on the screen. It's just an aid for your board as you're going through and making assignments amongst yourselves for the different boards and commissions. I believe we have it. I don't know if that's clear enough for you to see. And maybe clerk of the board, if you have that, if you can also, since it's in the record, if you could send it to them if they don't have it so they can see it.
Give me a moment so I can change my view so I can actually read it.
Where'd it go?
So is there any way we can have that up regardless of who's speaking at the moment?
Yes, we can have the clerk of the board keep the chart up on the screen for you. And then Chelsea is here also as your board makes selections. She can fill in the chart.
Great. Okay. Board members, we'll go through who's doing it now, and if anybody wants to put their name in on it. We'll start alphabetically if that's to everyone's agreement. Adult and Aging Network. Right now, myself and Supervisor Hartman are the representatives. Supervisor Hartman, you could tell us if you want to continue on it.
Yes, I would. I would like to continue.
I'm willing to continue on it, but I know that there is also a new board member, and it wasn't so long ago that Bob, you were a new board member too. So if anybody wants the assignment, please let me know. I'd be willing to shift it. Okay, I will continue. All right, can we put that back up as the item, because I can't see a square this big. Can we keep that up?
Yes, so we have Supervisor Chair Williams and Supervisor Hartman now, and for 2023, the same Chair Williams and Supervisor Hartman.
Great. And then the next is Area Agency on Aging. That is currently Supervisor Lavanino.
Still good.
You want to keep it? Okay. All right. Anybody else want to challenge that? No. Okay. Let's put Supervisor Lavanino on there. Supervisor Nelson's willing to duel you with Rochambeau. Okay. And let's go back to the screen if we can.
So we show the screen up here in the chambers and on Zoom.
There we go. It's back.
Okay.
So we have Beacon. And right now, so Beacon's a little different. It's usually supposed to be a coastal member. And myself and Supervisor Hart were there, and then the alternates were Hartman and Nelson. And I'm happy to continue, but there's obviously at least one open seat here. My personal opinion is that anybody who has Goleta Beach should really be on this. So Supervisor Capps?
I'm ready and willing to serve.
Great. So let's put Supervisor Capps on there, and Supervisor Hartman, you're willing to continue as a alternate, and Supervisor Nelson?
And for the record, we all now have a piece of the coast thanks to the redistricting commission.
Yeah, so, I know. I like that.
All coastal supervisors now.
I like that. And we're all inland ones too now. It's very interesting. Okay. Behavioral wellness. This is a media assignment. Supervisor Capps.
I would like to continue Supervisor Hart's service if that's amenable to my colleagues.
It is. I did a couple years on Be Well, and it's a good committee to sit on. It really helps you understand how complicated our system and how much incredible services the county is providing to people with mental health and substance abuse issues. Okay, CSAC. CSAC is currently myself with Supervisor Hart as an alternate. I think Supervisor Nelson used to be an alternate as well. Is there anybody looking to be the alternate for CSAC?
If I would defer anything that Supervisor Hart, Superwoman Hart had to Supervisor Capps, but I'm willing to, if that's a wobbler for her. I'm really involved with RCRC, which does a lot of on state issues. And that's one of the reasons why I won't be jumping up and volunteering for a lot of things. Initially, RCRC I thought was just a monthly meeting, but it's really a monthly trip to Sacramento. So it's a lot more meatier and time consuming. So, but this could work with that, or I'm happy to share that with Supervisor Capps.
Supervisor Capps.
I'm happy if Supervisor Nelson wants to be alternate. That's fine. Thanks for.
And just so you know, Supervisor Nelson makes most of the meetings, so he's already doing the work for it. So I appreciate that, Bob, to have you there. So we'll put Supervisor Nelson as the alternate.
Thank you.
CSAC. And then we're on to SenCal. I believe Supervisor Hartman, that's your big media assignment.
Right. I would like to continue.
Thank you. Thank you for that service. There's a lot of people dependent on those services, so thank you. The Child Care Planning Council, which was Supervisor Hart and Nelson last year.
Chair Williams, I would love to continue on this work too as well.
Great. And Supervisor Nelson, you'll continue as an alternate?
Yes. We've got one of our big goals through and making some alterations to our land use development code to make it easier, which was one of the things I really wanted to make sure we got done on there, but I'm happy to stay to see how else I can help.
Great. And then we're on to Communify, formerly CAC, if anybody's hasn't been up with the times. Supervisor Nelson and Hartman are serving in that capacity. Are you looking to continue that?
You know, I've been learning a lot about Communify and building some really good relationships there, but I talked to Supervisor Capps, and I know that she's really interested in that as well. So I'd be happy to support her rolling into my spot, and I'm glad to jump down to alternate or defer to Supervisor Hartman. I know she also enjoys being on that and attending as an alternate, so I'm good either way.
I'm willing to step back and let both of you do it this year.
Well, I'd be happy to drop down to alternate if Supervisor Capps is willing to grab the regular member spot.
Yeah, I'd be thrilled to do that. Just my emphasis on social services and the work that we can do. And so thank you. I'd love to.
That is great. I think it's great with some of the issues that emphasize Supervisor Capps. Okay, CCP is next, Community Corrections Partnership. Hart was the appointee. I'm willing to do that. I've been asked to by some folks, but I want to talk about it if anybody else wants to do it.
Supervisor Williams, I have a little bit of interest in it, but I'm happy to defer to you. I know this is something you care a lot about as well.
Well, I think both of you and I have sufficient combativeness for this assignment. But how about I see how it rolls? And it's so important. Obviously, just for the sake of the public, this is a real important committee that determines some funding that is purpose is to reduce recidivism, et cetera. I'd be happy to serve in that capacity, but I'll keep the board informed because it's a media assignment.
So, Chair Williams, just to clarify, I mean, I would be interested in keeping the. I know there's been a lot of progress lately, and to continue that good work. I would. Is this? Are you suggesting being an alternate, or just seeing what's happening here with the screen?
Yeah, I was suggesting being the member. We don't have an alternate on that, but that doesn't mean we couldn't have an alternate. If is there any bylaws reason why we can't have an alternate on that, Mona?
There is. I don't believe there is an alternate specified from the board. We have different department directors already serving on that, but there is one board seat. I don't believe there's an alternate.
But there isn't a reason we can't have an alternate, right?
I think if you can't be at the meeting, I believe that let's check right now. We'll talk to Chief Probation Officer about that. If you're not available, is there a substitute voting member who can vote on CCP items? Just give us a few minutes and we'll check that before we get to the end of the list. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll skip that for now.
Great.
Debt Advisory Committee. Right now it's Supervisor Lavanino and Nelson serving on that. Do you continue on that?
Yes.
Great. And then the Elected Officials Committee on Regional Homeless Solutions. We tend to have a lot of folks who show up, but the official designees are Supervisor Hartman and Hart. Is that something that folks are wanting to?
I would like to continue.
And if I may, Chair Williams, we've got some significant projects that take multi-jurisdictional relationships to come to fruition here in the San Ramon Valley. And so I think it might be really important to have somebody there. And so I'm volunteering myself if Supervisor Capps is okay with that and yourself.
Yes, Supervisor Nelson, I'm happy to let you do that. I know I'll certainly be focused on issues of homelessness and very involved in dignity moves already, but happy to have you serve in that capacity.
Great.
Thank you.
And first five, I'm the designee and Supervisor Nelson is the alternate. I'm happy to continue that. Supervisor Nelson, are you wanting to continue on that?
I'm actually looking to go in a different direction. I know Supervisor Capps has a strong background in education and might be a perfect fit for one of those two positions if she likes.
Well, I definitely thought it would be a good spot for you, Supervisor Capps. Would you like to have that alternate position?
Yeah, I'm 1,000% committed to the 0 to 5. Thanks to my former Santa Barbara Unified colleague, Wendy Sims-Moten, only reinforced that. So I'd love to join in this capacity.
Great. And then we have the Golden State Connect Authority, which right now is Supervisor Nelson with an alternate of Supervisor Lavanini.
Yeah, so that's again part of my responsibilities at RCRC, Rural County Representative of California. Golden State Connect Authority and Golden State Finance Authority, they're joint powers that are part of that organization. And I'm hoping to continue as a regular member on all three. Again, they all three involve a monthly meeting in person in Sacramento. So it makes sense that we won't have the same person make that trip.
So this would be for both 15 and 16.
Yes, please.
And Supervisor Lavanino, you still
yeah, I'll back him up. Yep.
Okay, and then the Juvenile Justice Coordination Council. Supervisor Nelson is on there and Supervisor Hart was on there. I guess a question to two of you. Supervisor Nelson, would you want to continue? And Supervisor Capps, would you want to serve on the committee?
Chair Williams, I would be very interested in continuing Supervisor Hart's work on this.
And my understanding is it's supposed to be a North County and a South County member. And again, some of my work also education makes a lot of sense in at-risk youth for me to stay on this as well.
Great. And let's keep that continuity. Kids Network Policy Council. Right now that is Supervisor Hartman and Lavanino. You both wish
I'd like to continue, yes.
And then the Law Library Board of Trustees. Supervisor Hartman, want to continue that?
Chair Williams, that's something that the chair has the option of doing or appointing someone. I'm happy to continue, but if you'd like to appoint someone or serve yourself, I'm happy to defer.
Well, it's up to you. If you want to continue it, it's great. If you, it's going to be a busy year, I'm happy to find someone. I think we've gone back and forth between having a supervisor and member of the public on this.
Well, I'm happy to do it. They're very efficient meetings, I must say.
Okay, great. Let's have you continue. The Legislative Program Committee, that is myself and Supervisor Hartman. I am willing to continue. It's a capacity that I enjoy after my time in the legislature. And
I very much would like to continue as well.
Great.
Chair Williams, I just want to, on the record, express future interest in this one, given my different legislative experience. So just for down the line.
Great. Yeah, we got a deep bench now.
We do.
Okay. Library Advisory Committee. That I've served in that capacity. I do love that work. This is an assignment as much for Darcel and her interest of work as it is for mine, because she's doing some work on the library ad hoc effort. I'd be willing to give it up at some point, but I just want to maybe see through some of the library ad hoc work, which is kind of has an overlap with this. So I don't know if anybody else desperately wants it right now, but or not. Great. Okay. And then LAFCO is different. We appoint, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rachel, but we appoint after the terms expire. Is that how this works?
Mr. Chair, I believe that's the case. I'm having a little trouble seeing what the terms. Oh, it looks like one of the terms is ending for Supervisor Hartman. Is that in March?
March 1st, 2023, correct.
And Chair Williams, I believe what we did last time is did the appointment for March so that it wasn't immediate. And that was Supervisor Lavanino got to finish out his term.
Got it.
And I would very much like to continue on this. I'm supposed to be the chair next year or this coming year.
Cool. And just since we're talking about LAFCO and interests, I'm the alternate member, and I'm very interested in the future. Even though that my colleagues have offered to let me work on some of the San Maria Valley issues specifically, but I'm also interested in being a regular member in the future, just to put that out there if the opportunity presents itself.
Great. And in the meantime, at least during this term, I definitely would continue the practice of stepping out of the room during Santa Maria Valley issues, if that's helpful.
It is. Thank you.
Multi-jurisdictional solid waste task force. That is Hartman and Hart.
I don't believe we've ever met.
Yeah, this is a committee that used to be enormously active.
Then I'll volunteer for that one.
What about the Indian gaming one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Indian gaming committee.
So I maybe is there any public works staff here, because this used to be active. I don't know if it's ever going to be active again. Anybody from Public Works want to chime in on that?
I don't believe there is anyone in Public Works still on the call. I believe this was very active, as you said, during the negotiations on the DQuis project. There may be a time where it needs to become reactivated, but we're not sure. But right now, we need a couple of appointments of board members.
Well, I would suggest that Hartman and Caps, because of the Tahigas connection there, potentially just be a placeholder until we might reevaluate the necessity.
Makes a lot of sense.
And I know you guys are making it sound really like a terrible assignment, but I used to be on this committee for the city, and it was all about trash and what we're going to do with trash. It was really exciting. So
sounds trashy.
Okay. NACO. Lavanino, this is Supervisor Lavanino's, I think, meaty assignment. I've been waiting in the wings to see if he ever misses a meeting. He never does. Mr. Lavanino, you want to continue with this assignment, correct?
I do. Yes,
Okay.
please.
All right, let's continue with that as is.
I'm sorry to interject. I just want to add future interest to this one, waiting in the wings with you, Chair Williams.
Great. Let's see, we are now at the PUF Governing Board. This also is a really meaty assignment. Really helps us understand the our really one of the most important facilities that we have at the county. Supervisor Nelson is currently serving with Lavanino as an alternate.
Chair Williams, yeah, it's definitely one of our significant assets and liabilities that we have in the countywide. So it's really important for supervisors to understand what's going on at the PUF. When I took the assignment initially, the idea was we were all going to rotate for 1 year, so we could all get a good feeling of what goes on in the PUF unit and the challenges and opportunities. I took a second year because my first year was COVID and most of the meetings were remote, and I didn't feel like I got a full understanding. So I've done it now for 2 years. So I would be happy to pass it along and grab it up again in a couple of years after it's rotated through.
Great. And does anybody want to step into this? Either Supervisor Capps, Supervisor Lavanino. This is one that we did talk about as a board that we wanted to try to shuffle around every year or two. I've served a couple years there. It's eye-opening. And Supervisor Hart served a couple of years, and Supervisor Nelson 2 years. So anybody else ready for that assignment?
Just for everybody's knowledge, it's about an hour-long meeting once a month. It's a pretty efficient meeting. We cover a lot, but it's only about an hour commitment a month.
So I'll do this. I've got one more round in me, so I've done. I've had this assignment before, and it was very eye-opening. But I see that everybody's kind of got a full plate. But I will go ahead and take the membership on this one with the caveat that I will be ready to pass it along and have my turn this year.
And Supervisor Capps or Hartman, would you be interested in being the alternate?
I have a conflict. I forget which other committee, but it's a direct conflict. So I would rather not do it this time.
Got it.
I can be the alternate.
And I'll be at almost every meeting. So the alternate will rarely come up, I would imagine.
Great.
Sounds good.
Okay. Rural County Representative of California, RCRC. This is the same spread as the 2 other RCRC appointments. Is that the configuration we want to continue with?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. And Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act Board. Mr. Lavanino.
I would be open to if it's anybody else's interest. It's on the table. But
Can you explain? Can you explain because this is one of the few ones I
Sure. This is all about employment, moving people into better jobs, better paying jobs. It's a conglomeration of both private and public sector. So the chambers are involved, some of our largest employers, and taking federal dollars and plugging it into programs that get people back to work and improving their economic status.
So this is a seat on the actual local WIB board. Is
correct?
And how often do they meet?
Once a month.
Okay. And whereabouts or how?
Well, it's been, we've been online most of the time, but, it goes South County, North County, back and forth, Mid County.
Okay, who's ready to take on the WIB board?
Maybe I didn't sell it that good. So they have a lot of really good snacks. It's hot coffee. We're coming in with a new director also. So maybe this would be time for new leadership, but if not, I will go ahead and take it again with the hope that somebody might find it interesting next year.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Lavanillo. And then staff, did we figure out whether we could have an alternate for the CCP?
Chair Williams, I did check with the Chief Probation Officer. We cannot. We have just one member. And if that member does not attend the meeting, we do not have a vote. So that's how it is on the CCP.
And Supervisor Williams, can I go back to one?
Sure.
Yeah, I picking up the PUF and keeping Workforce Development Board. I'm just going to ask if anybody else is interested in the Kids Network. It's a light lift, but it is another meeting. But I don't have anything else honestly associated with that. They kind of go hand in hand with some of our other committee assignments. So if it's something anybody else is interested, I would be.
Supervisors, I'm sorry, we are having an alarm go off in the chambers here. Would you just give us a few minutes? We might have to take okay, it stopped. Okay, I apologize. Go right ahead.
I think that was the alarm that Supervisor Lavanino had too many memberships. Set off an alarm. So I'm putting Kids Network out there if anybody's interested. If not, that's fine.
Hartman serves as the chair. Is there anyone willing to serve as the co-chair for Kids Network?
I have to say, if anybody's interested in kids, this is where all the providers in the county come together. And Barb Finch organizes it, and it's focused on adverse childhood experiences. It's really a super assignment.
Chair Williams, I'm happy to jump in.
Thought that might work.
You did. You did.
I think that's going to fit good with first five.
Chair Williams, members of the board, and just for our records, what item are you guys speaking about currently?
We are speaking about the Kids Network.
Wonderful, thank you.
Kids Network Policy Council. Great. Okay. So just let's go back to CCP. I know this will be interesting, but our office has been attending these meetings for a while, and of course been operating in conjunction with Mr. Bertrand, who was sort of the part of the heart operation on this. I do think this would be a good assignment to have. I would be definitely willing to relinquish it sometime soon. It does involve a lot of debate at this point. So I'm gonna keep my hat in the ring as Supervisor Capps. If you want to do it, we could have a vote, or we could, or I could talk to you about turning it over to you after 2 years.
No, that sounds good, Chair Williams. I'm happy to. I know that you have a strong interest. I'm very committed that the work continue, and I can do that in the capacity and also serve on the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, focus on kids, which is my focus. So I'm happy to, since I did pick up a fair amount here today as the new kid on the block. Happy to.
Well, welcome to your first term.
I know, exactly. Lots of meetings, but yeah, I'm happy to let you take the reins on this one.
Great. So does this slide reflect everything that we have talked about, supervisors?
It looks good to me. I'd be happy to make the motion that we appoint and adopt this, I guess, schedule.
And Hartman seconds.
Okay, we have a motion by Nelson, a second by Hartman for adoption of the slate that is pictured on our shared screen. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino,
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman,
Aye.
Supervisor Capps,
Aye.
Chair Williams.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. And we have deferred item 2.
Supervisors, we
So-
haven't formally continued that item, but we would like to continue departmental item number 2 probably to February 7th. And it's because it is a look back on the 5 years of the Thomas Fire debris flow event. And obviously, because of conditions today, we would like to defer that.
I think that's appropriate. We did put it in the motion because my notes say that we're allowed to do it in the administrative item vote, but why don't we do it again just for safety's sake? Can I get a motion on continuing departmental item number 2?
So moved.
Second.
Second, roll call, please.
Supervisor Nelson,
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino,
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman,
Aye.
Supervisor Capps,
Aye.
and Chair Williams.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Let us take up departmental item number 3, the Santa Barbara County Women's Annual Report.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Commission for Women Annual Report.
Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. As you know, the Commission for Women continues to stay busy. Today, we'll hear about the great work they accomplished in 2022 and their upcoming plans for 2023. Before I introduce the chair, I want to acknowledge Eva Camarana, our staff person, who's been working very hard with the Commission. It's my pleasure to introduce Allison Wales, District 5 representative and chair of the Commission for Women. This is the second year Allison was elected to chair the Commission for the Women. Allison?
Good morning. Thank you so much for your introduction. And thank you to the Board of Supervisors for everything and your support over the years. I am sorry that we weren't able to meet back in October, and I thank you for allowing me to continue this until today. And I hope to hopefully be in person with other fellow commissioners in April for our annual service awards. So first of all, I'd like to mention the fact that this coming year, 2023, this is our 50th year that we have been a commission for the County of Santa Barbara. It was a joy with the hard work of staffers, to see the actual establishment of the commission back in 1973. And while sometimes we would like to think that we have come a long ways and we're not necessarily fighting for as hard of making sure that women are represented and heard and pushing forward, I have to say that across the country that is not the case in many places, and we hear that in our national commission and across the board. So as a commission and as a county, I thank you for your support across the board in all areas of the county and the work that we do and continue to strive to do in the future. So this year, again, I was elected this past, I guess I'm going to say next, I'm sorry. I was elected again to serve a second term as a chairperson for the commission. This has been an interesting few years in the fact that we are in a big transition. We've gone a big transition from COVID, and this past year we have gone several of our commissioners that came to be my mentors for sure, like Susan Peck and Judy Weisbart, ended up leaving the commission after several years, and a lot of new commissioners have come aboard. So this is definitely a growth year for us, and I'm excited for all the opportunities that we have for them. And honestly, I'm looking forward to actually getting back to meeting in person to help strengthen our alliances across the county for future endeavors. So one of the things I just like to talk about is a lot of our virtual town halls. Of course, with COVID, we ended up not having our in-person town halls. We continue to have several of those, and I like to thank Supervisor Williams. He actually was a moderator for one of our town halls back in August, and it was a delight to have that. And again, showing the support. The town halls have turned out to be something that, you know, you make lemonade out of lemons. And the last few years with COVID, we found that this is definitely an asset to be able to do virtual town halls and recording it and being able to have people view the information and ask questions. So that while we're going back in person, we'll have another town hall this spring coming up at Hancock College. And we'll continue to have virtual town halls as well. Something that we continue to do is we've been able to go out and actually be in person. For the 21-22, there were still some places we were able to go for marches like the Reproductive March or the Women's March and collaborate with the Santa Maria area for Santa Maria March, as well as Changemakers down in Santa Barbara to try to work with them and be in person. We did several actual marches. The Santa Maria Valley County is very active, and we were able to do several marches with them in the county as well, in Santa Maria. One of the things we were able to do this year, starting last spring, is actually being in person, and that was exciting to be able to do. We were able to sponsor several events and be part of the Harvest Fair, the Hispanic Heritage, and actually be in person. We have found that when we're able to actually do that, the amount of people coming up to our table and talking to us and asking us questions and who are you and where do we get this help is been a great, honestly, it's like a life force to all of us. One of the things this spring was the outreach that we had in the Valley, honestly, in Solvang, is we had Pride and Pride Festival and Parade that we participated in with Monique Limon was actually on our float. And we actually participated in Juneteenth in Solvang and in Lompoc as well. Those events were in person and were, again, a great outreach and a life force to get moving again and being in person and talking about things in the county and what they needed to do in order to get help if you need help. That is new this year. That one of the reasons why I was asked to stay on as chairperson is that we were given an opportunity back in January, February by the California Commission on the Status of Women to apply for a grant that I think the total ended up being between $5 and $7 million, but we were given the grant for $25,000 as capacity building grant and helped and supported several other agencies within the county to apply for this grant as well. The capacity building for which we are using this grant for is really trying to resupply the commission in order to go out and do that outreach again, whether it be tabling materials. We're going to be doing several PSAs regarding the anniversary of our commission, and also looking at the women's veterans. And a lot of that has a little bit changed since we wrote the grant. We literally had 2 weeks to write the grant. And once we wrote the grant and then we got on, started looking at what we actually had to do, a little of that has changed. There was, unfortunately, we had an event planned in November at Hancock College, and due to various events, unfortunately, that had to be canceled for women's veterans, but we will have another one scheduled this spring for down south. We are hoping to use this capacity building grant in order to establish really a long-term women's veterans resiliency program, and not just once a year. And we want to continue this, much like the vets stand down program. We feel that as the research we have done, we found how resilient and strong a lot of the women vets that we have here in the community, and we want to tap into that further, and in all of their strengths. Another thing that we're doing with the capacity building is several, like I said, PSAs, in order to show what the commission can do and has done, as well as building capacity in commissions and boards and councils across the county. This past December, we collaborated with AAUW in Mid-County and the League of Women Voters, and we brought together several women from Guadalupe and Solvang and Lompoc, 6 members, to talk about their elections and their experiences and how to get on these commissions and boards and be involved in politics and somehow. And that was a really a lovely event to help promote and get involved and ask questions.
Allison?
Yes.
I'm so sorry for the interruption. Could you give us some direction on when to go to the next slide, just so that we're keeping up with what you're saying? That would be lovely. Thank you.
We're right there. Collaborations. So the veteran stand down. This is an event that I unfortunately wasn't able to be at this past year, but it is a fabulous event that the Women's Commission has been involved with for 11 years. And we are trying to find a little niche every year of what we need to bring to the table in reaching out to the women's veterans and veterans in general. The last few years, the biggest thing we brought out is our PPE and other resources for our vets. And again, this year, we're hoping to tweak it a little bit and bring additional services or programs regarding women veterans and their resiliency. Maybe not to stand down, but at another time. We're looking for. And I guess next, we're at the end here almost. The annual service awards. This is a highlight every year, and I'm hoping that we should be having some conversations with some of your new members about who you would like to see to receive these annual awards for women in the county. Again, every year it is amazing to do the research on all of the women that end up receiving them, and the tenacity and the strength and the wisdom that they all have. And this past year was another great group of women. And I look forward to, hopefully in March, April, having the annual service awards and another group of women to present to the council or the board again for all their work. And again, like for the next slide, as you know, the board has appointed some pretty amazing women this past year, and I have to say I have loved meeting all of the new women in the work that they do, and I look forward to actually meeting everyone again in person next month, so we can really get to know each other and have a driving force. So thank you for your support and the appointment of all of these wonderful women on the board. So thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Allison, for your service and volunteerism and leadership. Is there questions from the board?
We were just discussing, I think this is the first meeting, that we've been together when we had a full Commission for Women roster.
I think we were short one or two, but yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
And I just want to thank you for all the work done on stand down, and seems like 5th District continues to be the hold the chairmanship on the Commission for Women. So way to hold it down, Allison. Appreciate it.
Well, I thank you for your support, and we'll be handing it off soon.
Or so you thought.
So I thought, no, there's a lot of good women, and I thank Supervisor Nelson for getting your seats filled and those ladies, and I'm going to start empowering them to do. And that's the thing, is when you meet together, you can start empowering people to take the reins, and so I'm looking forward to that.
And in the good fashion of leadership building, the one member of my team that's resigned is going to the Behavioral Wellness Commission. So I suppose you could view that as a promotion, maybe. So she's going to continue doing great work, and I'm interviewing somebody on Friday. So you will not be short for long.
I think that is a fabulous transition for her, and that's going to be a subject of a town hall soon, I think. So thank you for that. You always are very supportive.
Chair Williams, just wanted to add my gratitude as a former chair of this commission, and I just, the programming is really has increased since my tenure, even through the pandemic. So I know I appreciate that you're in a period of growth, but keep it going, and just know that I'm here to support. I can't wait to meet with my commissioners and just be as supportive as I can.
Thank you, Supervisor Capps, and I look forward to meeting you in person someday. Thank you. Congratulations.
Well,
any other questions?
Yeah, if I could, Chair Williams, thank you all for the work you're doing, and especially the awards that you guys were giving out to the different women in the various districts over this last year. I'm really proud of Mary Maryville and SEAG as well, who's now also my constituent in Los Alamos, and for all the work that she's doing out there. I do want to just, cross my mind looking over the presentation. I'm just reminded that, as diverse as our county that we are, we also have diverse feelings on various issues. And, and I just want to put that out there that, we have, some of our events have been sponsored by political parties. And I always want to make sure that the Women's Commission is an opening location for Republican women and Democrat women, for pro-choice women and pro-life women. And so I just, looking at the presentation, there seems to be a focus specifically on some, as far as activism goes, that may not be as welcoming to everybody in the county. So I just would just put that perspective out there for your consideration moving forward. I think to maximize your influence and role in our county, it does mean bringing everybody together and finding issues that we can unite around, like we do on this board. And so just want to put that out there. That kind of occurred to me while I was going over the presentation, and I think that's something that should be at least thought through.
And Supervisor Nelson, that's what I like to say when I say that I look forward to being in person. It is important to, as you know, being together, you form relationships and you feel that you can actually speak up. And when you're not able to do that, it's harder to actually speak up during a meeting or put forth, feelings or goals of what you may have in understanding. So I hear you, and I've seen that, and I'm hoping to do a little more empowering this spring. So thank you for your words.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And any other questions or comments from the board? Is there any public comment on this item?
Chair William and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
Great. Okay, then is this just a receive and file or for presentation only?
Just a receive and file.
And can I get a motion to receive and file?
I'll make the motion to receive and file.
And that would also include the CEQA portion as well.
Of course, always.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Lavigno, second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
And Chair Williams?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
So we're doing pretty good on time. I have in my notes a 10-minute break. Do you guys want to do number 4 and then do the 10-minute break before closed session, since everyone always takes a break before closed session anyway? Is that good? Okay.
I think we're good with moving forward. That way we can finish things out before closed session and release staff. Ken?
That is my thought. Okay. Let's proceed with item 4.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an update on the standalone information technology department and an amendment to salary resolution.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good morning. Our objective today is to provide your board with an update on the progress we've been making on the creation of IT as a standalone department. Your board will recall over the last 5 years, the counties make a concerted effort to make investment in infrastructure from a technology standpoint to better enable county departments to provide excellent services, to be more resilient in our technology, and to reduce our risk associated with cybersecurity. We've done a number of things that we reported out to your board during budget workshops and budget hearings, and our objective today is for Chris Shergan, our Chief Information Officer, and Jeanette Pell, our General Services Director, to be available to your board and provide you with an update on our progress to date. With that, I would turn to Mr. Shergan.
Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. I appreciate this opportunity to provide an update on the standalone IT department. I've had the opportunity to meet with each of you over the past few months, but for others watching, my name is Chris Chergwin, and I'm the Chief Information Officer for the County of Santa Barbara. I was hired in September 2022, and one of my primary responsibilities is to help lead the formation and successful launch of a standalone IT department. The County of Santa Barbara has historically taken a decentralized approach to IT. Most departments within the county manage their own IT, often resulting in a siloed approach to IT strategy and decisions. This model often results in duplication of efforts, inefficiencies, and a lack of countywide strategic alignment. As technology continues to have an ever-expanding role in departmental operations and services, county leadership has recognized the importance of leveraging IT more strategically throughout the county by taking a more modern and common approach to managing IT. The majority of counties in California today have a standalone IT department and a more centralized or hybrid approach to IT. This model provides the opportunity for the county to more effectively develop and prioritize countywide IT strategies. This approach mitigates risk through improved IT governance and through an enterprise approach to cybersecurity and compliance. Through better understanding the common needs of all the departments, a more proactive plan can be created that fosters innovation and a global or enterprise approach to problem solving and solutions. A standalone IT department reinforces the one county, one future vision and aligns with our Renew goals. Go ahead and advance to the timeline. Thank you. The plan to create a standalone IT department has been carefully and methodically developed over the past 4 years. The county hired an outside consulting firm, KPMG, in 2019 to provide guidance on how the county could operate more effectively. One of their primary recommendations was for Santa Barbara County to form a standalone IT department. The Board of Supervisors formally endorsed this concept in early 2021. In mid-21, the board approved a contract with Gartner Consulting, an industry-leading IT consulting firm, to analyze the current IT environment and make specific recommendations on forming a standalone IT department. One of their recommendations was for the county to hire a chief information officer to lead this new department, which was approved by the Board of Supervisors in December 2021. In mid-2022, the county undertook a national recruitment and I was hired last fall. The current plan is for IT to formally become its own department on July 1st, 2023. The funding model for the upcoming budget year will remain very similar to what the current model for ICT is under General Services today. I will touch on a few of these other points in the next slide. Go ahead and advance. Thank you. One of my top priorities since coming on board last fall has been to meet with all the departments, begin to build relationships, and to learn more about the individual departments' IT environments and what their needs are. Through this assessment process, I've been able to identify short-term and long-term initiatives to increase efficiencies, improve cybersecurity, bolster resiliency, and collaboration. IT leadership and I will begin working on creating an updated 5-year IT strategic plan for the county. One of my priorities is to work with Central HR to undertake a compensation and classification study on IT positions. The county's current position descriptions and job architecture for IT are nearly 20 years old, which is limiting the county's ability to effectively recruit and retain. The successful completion of this project will provide modern and up-to-date position descriptions, a more clear career path for current employees, and will improve recruitment and retention. Another priority is to improve communication and collaboration with all departments in order to better understand their needs and help plan for the future. By taking a more proactive and strategic approach with all departments, we can significantly improve the outcome of planned IT initiatives. As I mentioned earlier, our aim is to officially become a standalone department on July 1st, and we are taking the necessary steps now to ensure a successful launch. I want to touch on several key benefits that will come from the county having a standalone IT department. The first is that the county will recognize, or the county is recognizing, the critical and strategic importance that IT has across all departments and in all daily operations. Number two, improved governance will provide clarity, direction, and improved collaboration for the entire county through enhanced policies and standards. Number three, reducing the countywide risk of cybersecurity breaches by centralizing and elevating cybersecurity initiatives. Number four, Gartner and IT leadership at the county is recommending a hybrid IT model, which is an approach that enables departments to continue to focus on their specialized needs while allowing central IT to deliver common solutions to all departments. Lastly, as mentioned previously, by successfully completing a comp and class study, the county will improve its ability to recruit and retain by providing a modern and clear career path. So our recommendations for the Board of Supervisors are as follows. 1, to receive and file the Gartner Hybrid IT Model Executive Summary. 2, to receive and file the implementation plan to create the standalone IT department. 3, to authorize the formation of a standalone IT department for incorporation in the fiscal year 23-24 county budget. 4, to approve changes to the salary resolution, which add 3 new full-time program business leader positions to the General Services Department effective January 9th, 2023. And lastly, to determine the above actions are not a project under CEQA. So that wraps up my presentation. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. Jeff, Jeanette Pell, and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the board?
I don't have a question as much as an observation, and I just want to say that generally when we hire folks, we're always like, well, what are you going to do in your first 90 days or 120 days? And they're like, well, I'm gonna go talk to everybody. We always hear that. Chris, you've accomplished more in the first few months on the job than just about any other county employee I've ever seen. So I just want to say you're full confidence, my full confidence that we're moving in the right direction. And this could be a real cluster if we have the wrong person doing it. So I'm very excited about where we're going. I think we might be a little bit late to the game on some of these items, especially around cybersecurity and those things. But I'm very excited about the progress that you've made already and the course that you've charted. And I'm really looking forward to where we're able to get to and increase our efficiency in the county. So welcome aboard.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And if I could follow up with that, Chair Williams, while we've got the screen.
Please.
First of all, I wanted to thank Jeanette Pell for all the work that she's done leading this department. At this point, basically, she was running 2 departments, and she was uniquely qualified as somebody that had a background as a chief technologist officer for other counties in the past, or to be able to do this. And so I think this was the right time. This is something that I hope to champion and see happen while I was serving here on the board. And I'm really proud that we're moving forward in this pathway to centralized IT. Decentralization can have some positive impacts on an organization, but I think where we're at with IT, especially with so many different departments touching technology, that it makes a ton of sense. I'm really thankful that Chris, that you applied, and that I got to work with my colleague Supervisor Hartman on the ad hoc committee to interview you. We think that you're doing a great job. We're getting good reports everywhere, and I also be remiss not to mention the leadership that the department has had from Andre Montessori up to this point. I'm really excited to have 2 strong leaders at the top of our technology, our IT department.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, let me start with a little anecdote. On Christmas, my husband had to go to the emergency room and then the ICU, and it was really interesting because I didn't have to show an insurance card. There was no request for his prescriptions. They had access to all his records, which meant that they could give a better diagnosis than otherwise, and nothing with follow-up appointments. So I think that shows what the potential is for technological integration, IT. And I'm particularly interested in, I think you have to get the people in the right positions, and that's the exact right place to start. And what we've learned from ACEO Frapwell, and he's done an enormous amount of work on this and deserves a lot of credit too, is that it can go wrong if people aren't supporting the technology and if you're not figuring out what their needs are. And I think that's where, Chris, you're especially well suited. But my question is really this. In terms of the overall IT architecture, we're developing an enterprise system. We have Acela. We have the coordinated entry for homeless. We have the criminal justice partners. So we've got, at least that's in my head, some of the different things that we're working on. And I guess I'm hoping we get to a place someday where I can see the architecture visually to have a better sense of who's integrated in what ways to do this. I understand, for example, that with the homeless coordinated entry, we're now trying to work more with the nonprofit providers. So to have the kind of seamlessness that I had with the emergency ICU is really even beyond the county. So I just wondered if you could comment about that.
Yes, certainly. And I appreciate those comments. So I believe actually we are well down a good path right now in regards to unifying disparate systems within the county. Just in the last month alone, I've had multiple meetings with various departments about Acela, about the DEMS platform, about many of those projects, Supervisor Hartman, that you had mentioned to me a month or 2 ago. And there is significant progress being made, and we still have a long ways to go, but we're heading in a good direction. And the next time we meet, I should be able to provide you with much more specifics around where we're at and what the plan is moving forward.
And if I may have one more question, and this may go to our CEO, but I assume now, it's an odd position in that it coordinates all the different departments. And so if there's something, for example, we had the DA wanting a new system, and I wanted some assurance that indeed you had an opportunity to make sure that that was coordinated with whatever else we're doing in criminal justice. So I just would like assurance, I think, from you or the CEO that in fact that those processes are being put in place.
Yes, and so it really does go back to what you touched on earlier about it's not just the technology, it's also relationships. And it's really important that that we, meaning central IT, that we're meeting with all of the departments on a consistent basis so that we can learn what their needs are, that we can better ensure that all of the departments aren't duplicating efforts, that we're working kind of towards the same vision. And I believe that is already beginning to happen. We're starting to have those consistent meetings, and we'll continue to make that a priority in the future as well.
And Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I think one of the most important things that Chris talks about that we kind of overlooked because we're talking about the technology, but the importance of governance. And he's focused on that several times with me, not only on the IT department, but on our data structures about improved governance. And that improved governance, I think, will get to the point you're making to ensure there is coordination. So we're putting the structures to do that, but as well, all our departments, when they have want to ensure that they're getting to the right technology, we have been tapping Chris and asking for his expertise as well as Andre. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? I'll just put in a plug for what I think is one of the most urgent things out there to help planning and development go faster, to have Excella integrated for applicant use. Just to think it's vital for the functioning of the organization and something some of our neighboring jurisdictions have already implemented. Is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we do not have any requests to speak on this item.
Then can we get a motion?
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Chair Williams?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. Then we will take we will recess to closed session. The estimate is an hour, and why don't we just give everybody a bio / grab food break of 20 minutes beforehand. So we'll do a time estimate for 1 hour and 20 minutes. So let's reconvene in closed session in 20 minutes and reconvene in open session in about an hour and 20 minutes.
And just to report, the sun is out.
That is an important milestone.
Looks great.
Mr. Chair,
Many residents will be appreciative.
Rachel's needs are re-up.
Mr. Chair, I can go ahead and read the items for closed session so that we don't have to come back here before we go in.
That's right. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for catching errors as usual.
So we have 3 items on for closed session today. The first 2 items are existing litigation. The first case is Baker versus County of Santa Barbara. It's a U.S. District Court case in the Central District of California. The second case is County of Santa Barbara versus the Regents of the University of California, Santa Barbara County Superior Court case. And the third item is Public Employee Appointment Reappointment for General Services Director. And as you said, the time estimate, all inclusive, is an hour and 20 minutes.
Great. Thank you. And to members of the public, we will see you then.
Chair Williams, whenever you're ready, we're ready to begin.
I'll reconvene the meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order. We've returned from closed session. Rachel, can you give a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We met in closed session, 2 items of existing litigation, Baker versus County of Santa Barbara and County of Santa Barbara versus Regents of University of California, and also public employee appointment, reappointment, General Services Director, and the board took no reportable action.
Thank you. Well, that concludes today's business. We will adjourn for 2 weeks from today.